mess with it, but she will his doe. I'd like to see her maybe just a little bit more body condition to her, a little bit more capacity in order for her to place any higher today, but a good set top to bottom. Give them a round of applause.
All right, here's the results of that first class of senior dairy goats. In this group, we have 2 purples and a blue. First place goes to Andrew Hughes, and our reserve goes to Jenna King. Coming into the show arena now, we have our 6 to 18-month intermediate goats. We should have Stephen Justin Wittig and Jesse Justin Wittig. These are our intermediate dairy goats, ages 6 to 18 months of age.
We got a set of does here that are really great for their type and kind. I don't really get to see these types very often, these Nigerian dwarf goats. But the young man's doe to start the class, she's just presents herself really nice. She's true on her feet. She's nice and square, extremely structurally correct. When you get up above her, you see all the capacity that she has, and she's going to be one that's going to continue on really well for the young man. The young man's doe in second. She gives up just a little bit in comparison to our first. She doesn't quite have that capacity and that spring of rib that you'd really like to see. She's extremely structurally correct and carries herself through the ring very nicely. Give them both a round of applause.
All right, in that class of intermediate goats, both receiving purple. First place goes to Jesse, and then Stephen also receiving a purple ribbon. Okay, let's bring in our junior dairy goat up to 6 months of age. Coming in now, we have Jesse Justin Wittig. Again, this goat is up to 6 months of age.
Another exceptional doe for us today. The young man says she doesn't want to leave mom, and I don't really blame her. So she's not going to walk through the ring very nicely. But when you kind of study her as she comes in, even though she's fighting, she's very structurally correct. She strides through the ring the best she can. She's very square on her true, and she's got the body capacity that you'd really like to see for a doe to bring back into production at a later age. So the young man's got his excellent doe there. Go ahead and give him a round of applause.
Okay, Jesse receives a purple ribbon in that junior dairy goat division. We will now select the champion in reserve in the dairy goat division. Coming in now, we have our first place goats in this division. In the older group, we have Andrew Hughes, and then Jesse Wittig Johnson. And of course, we have Jesse coming in with the younger dairy goat. Coming in also, we have our reserves. We have Jenna King in the older group, and Stephen in the, Jesse in the other group.
I'm going to have to say this has been one of the better dairy shows that I have judged in quite a while, so put your hands together for these kids. Looking at the does that we have in here, we have a lot of differences in type and kind, and we can't give up each of these animals in their own respectable breed. And so when it comes down to it, it's just more of a personal preference on structural correctness and capacity. So we're going to go with our senior does for Grand and Reserve. Little girl.
Okay, congratulations to our grand champion and reserve champion dairy goat. The champion goes to Andrew Hughes. He will receive a banner sponsored by Nottoway Family Chiropractic, and our reserve goes to Jenna King. She will receive a banner sponsored by Wallen Plumbing and Heating. Congratulations to those exhibitors. All right, we're ready for our junior breeding goats. These are under a year of age. Leading off, we should have Dylan Vardaman, followed by another animal by Dylan Vardaman. Then we have Colin Vardaman, and followed up by Briley Means. These are junior breeding goats under a year of age.
A real nice class to start off the breeding doe show with. The young lady's doe to start the class, when you just study her from the ground up, she has that wow presence to her. She's really moderate in her framework. I have to appreciate how stout she is and how big-footed she is. She runs through the ring with all that grace and level-up headedness that you have to appreciate. She's extremely level in her lines, and I have to appreciate her overall depth of body and spring of rib. The young man's doe in second. In this instance, he kind of got out-prettied, to be honest with you. He gives up a little bit more of that stoutness and that overall bone work that I really like in a doe, but when you get over him, he's got a lot of capacity. You see that spring of rib and that depth of body, and that's got that broody potential to her. The young lady right over here is actually one in third. When you look at her doe and you study her from the side, you have to really appreciate her straightness in her lines and how level she is in her top. I'd like to stouten her up, maybe make her a little bit more moderate in order for her to place any higher today. My moderate doe in the class, probably the youngest too, is the one in fourth, and this young man has. When you study her, she's got that depth of body and the spring of rib that you really have to appreciate. When you get her on the move, she gets a little bit down in her pastures and gives up that overall structural correctness in comparison to those ahead. I'll give them a round of applause.
All right, here are the results of that first class of breeding goats. First place, receiving a purple, is Riley Means. Also receiving purple in second, we have Dylan Vardaman. Then receiving blue ribbons in third place, Dylan Vardaman. And in fourth, Colin Vardaman. All right, coming in now, we have our 1 to 2 year olds, intermediate breeding goats. Leading off, we have Jesse Johnson Wittig, and then followed by Stephen Johnson Wittig. These are our intermediate breeding goats, 1 to 2 years of age.
The red doe is our first place. The young man right here with the red doe is going to be the class winner today. When she walks in the ring, she has that wow factor. You look at her from the side, and she's extremely pretty. She's really level and up-headed, and if she would really walk a little bit better for the young man, I really think she'd be able to strut her stuff through the ring. You get over top of her, and she's extremely square and hard over that rack, and you have to appreciate her for her spring of rib and her depth of body. The young man's doe in second, you have to give her a lot of credit through that front 1/3. She's shallow in her chest floor, and she brings it and ties in her head and in her neck so nicely as she walks through the ring. If I could maybe change her up a little bit and maybe make her a little bit leveler in her top and give her a little bit more spring of rib in comparison to the class winner, but definitely a good set of does for these young men.
All right, in that class of intermediate breeding goats, our champion goes to Stephen Johnson Wittig, receiving a purple, and then receiving a blue, we have Jesse Wittig Johnson in second place.
This will be our overall breed. I'll bring them back in for overall breeding drive.
Sounds good.
All right, we will now select our champion and reserve champion breeding goats. Out of that first group, leading off, we have Bradley Means with her goat, and then in that next group, we have Stephen Johnson Wittig. Bringing in our two reserves now in those two classes, Dylan Vardaman out of that under your age, Dylan, and then out of the next group we have Jesse Johnson-Wittig.
We've got 4 very nice breeding does out here, and these kids have done an excellent job presenting them. Please give them a round of applause. The 2 does that I have out here in the first place slots, I mean, the one from the first class, she comes out and she's just kind of that wow factor. She hits you really hard as she presents herself through the ring. She's very pretty in her profile. She's very level and up-headed, and you have to really appreciate her structural correctness. I love how stout this doe is. She's big-footed. She's square from the ground up. She's just overall presents herself really nicely. The young man's doe from the second class, she's very pretty. She's very level and up-headed. She's got that nice fresh handle to her, and she really presents herself through the ring really nicely when she cooperates for the young man. The doe from second or from our first class, she's got a lot of great factors to her too. She was just maybe out framed by the doe in front of her. She doesn't have that stoutness or that structural correctness in comparison to the one that beat her in that class. The young man's doe from the second class, he's got himself a really nice doe, like I said, especially through that front 1/3. When it comes down to it, it's definitely a personal preference and something that you'll want to bring back to breed and have kids come along that are going to be even better in the show ring and better for the kids. So I'm going to go out and I'm going to present the Grand and the Reserve.
Oh, congratulations to our champion and reserve champion. Briley Means will receive a banner sponsored by Vardaman Farms, and our reserve goes to Stephen Johnson-Wittig, and he'll receive a banner also sponsored by Vardaman Farms. Congratulations to those champion and reserve. All right, we're ready to start with our meat goats coming in this first class. I believe we have 5 entries. Leading off, we have Grace Fiddler. She also has another entry, then followed by Madison Stadler, Bella Johnson, and Paige McCoy. This is our first class of meat goats.
The young ladies, whether to start the class off with, he's the powerful, muscular one in the class. You study him from the side, especially when she gets him set up and powered up. He's very level in his lines. I have to appreciate how extremely fresh he is today. He's very square over his rack, and he handles very nice through his loin. He's got that stoutness that you really have to appreciate. The young ladies, whether in second, he just gives that overall expression and power in comparison to my class winner. When you get over him, he doesn't handle quite as fresh. He's got a big, powerful rack in him, and he just needs just a little bit more time on feed to really explode all of that true potential that he's got. The young ladies, whether in third, he's really cool on the profile. I wish we could get him to walk through the ring just a little bit better, because I think he'd present himself a little bit better. You have to appreciate his depth of body and his lower leg. I just wish I could get a little bit more expression out of him. The two to follow up the class with, they're giving up overall expression in comparison to our top three. They give up just a little bit more in that overall shape in their top. I'd like to give them a little bit more power in that rack and a little bit more stoutness in order for them to place any higher today. Give these kids a round of applause.
All right, in that first class of meat goats, our first place in receiving a purple is shown by Paige McCoy. Second, receiving a blue, we have Madison Stadler. Also a blue in third, Bella Johnson. Then receiving reds in fourth, Grace Fiddler. And in fifth place, also Grace Fiddler. All right, we're ready for our second group of meat goats. Leading off, we have Jesse Johnson-Whittick, followed by Stephen Johnson-Whittick. Then we have Alicia Buttercase, Ella Johnson, and also another entry by Alicia Buttercase.
I think he's going to have them, because there should be a banner for her, so I think he's maybe just going to call all 10 of them. The top 10 rated game and just recognize them all. I think he wasn't sure what he wanted to do, so okay, good. Yeah, we'll see.
Thanks for letting me take a little bit more time on this class. You could place each and every one of these goats anyway, and they could easily win the class. Today, these are just how I'm looking at them. The young ladies, whether to start the class, he's the freshest and the hardest handling one today. When you get up over him, he's really powerful in that rack shape. I have to appreciate the length and depth of loin that he's got. He's extremely sound on the move in comparison to most of them in the class. He's really straight in his lines, and I have to appreciate him over his top. The young ladies, whether in second, he's very big and powerful over that top. He just doesn't handle with the freshness that I'd like to see today. If I could change him up a little bit more, I'd give him a little bit more expression. I have to appreciate his handle and his loin and his length in his hind saddle. The young man in a third, I had to talk to him. He's got the most power over the rack. He's got so much top shape to this goat. Unfortunately, he just gives up that overall freshness. I'd like to see him on the move a little bit better. He likes to tuck his legs up under him and get a little bit down in his pasterns. The two to follow off my class with, I had to talk to each of them that they're just giving up the overall expression and power that you see in the top three. I'd like to see them cleaned up maybe a little bit more in their front 1/3, give them a little bit more of that rack shape in order for them to place any higher today. But very excellent set top to bottom.
Oh, in class number 2 of our meat goats, our champion goes to Alicia Buttercase. She received a purple. Also receiving a purple in second place, Ella Johnson. Then others receiving blues. In third, Jesse Whittick Johnson, followed by Stephen Johnson Whittick, and also Alicia's other animal in fourth and fifth place.
They just need straight blues instead of rate of game blues.
And I have 3 rate of game.
Those are rate of game blues.
I'm sorry. I don't want to give it back to Steven and have it, because we won't get it back.
Hello.
Huh? No, that's fine. I just didn't want to have the wrong ribbons and like not have the right ribbons for the right class. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know who everybody else has said. So, I mean, you can look in the fair book and list and see who the judges are.
All right, we're ready for our class number 3 of meat goats. Leading off, we have Colt Nelson, followed by Ella Johnson. She has 3 entries in this group, so we got the next 3 belong to Ella, and then followed up by Alicia Buttercase. This is class 3 of our meat goats. These weigh between 89 and 101 pounds. Still a working lady at the office? What's the other? Well, yes.
I let my mare.
What is the gestation of a goat? 5 months.
These top 3 goats here are very similar in their type and kind. There's just one that maybe gives up a little bit in one area versus the other. The young lady's Weather to start the class. He's the freshest in his handle. You get up over him, he's very square and true in his top. I'd like to see him maybe cooperate a little bit better, because I think that once he cooperates and you get off to the side, he's going to be really level in that top line and just show that power even more. If I could change him up, maybe in comparison to my goat in second, I'd like to give him that overall stoutness and bone work. And he just shows so much of that expression over his rack. He had to come to the top. The young ladies, Weather in second, stoutest, biggest footed in the class by far. He's very square and true from the ground up, and you really have to appreciate him about that. He gives up overall freshness in his handle, and maybe need to clean him up a little bit more in that front 1/3. Other than that, he's a very good goat. The young ladies, Weather in third, he got out stout and out powered right here. I'd like to give him a little bit more stoutness in that bone work. I'd like to make him a little bit bigger footed. Is he the prettiest profiling one in the class? By far. He's a lot leveler in his top line, and he just has a lot of power to him. He just gives up that expression in comparison and the freshness in comparison to my top 2. When we get down into our final 2 goats, I had to talk to them that they were just kind of outpowered today. The red goat is actually my 5th place goat. So my young man there that's in 4th, I told him that he's got that length of loin that you really have to appreciate. He just doesn't have that power and expression in comparison to those above him. The red goat to finish off the class, I'd like to make him a lot stouter in his overall bone work. He just needs a little bit more flesh to carry with that big frame that he's got in order to place any higher today, but a good set top to bottom.
Okay, in that last class of meat goats, we have 3 purples and 2 blues. In first place, we have Ella Johnson. And also her other goat was in second place. In third, also Ella Johnson. Fourth, Colt Nelson. And fifth, Alicia Buttercase.
Shannon, how about now? Just stand up right there.
As you notice, some other people helping in our shows today are our royalty that was selected the other night at the barbecue. And I'd like to introduce our Page County Fair Queen, Miss Shannon Sunderman. I'll let you do the talking. Tell them your parents and your club and what you're doing.
Hi, my name is Shanda Sunderman. I'm part of the Amity Aces 4-H group. My parents are Rich and Aaliyah Sunderman, and this is my 9th year in 4-H, so my last year. And I want to thank you all for coming out and watching the goat show.
Give her a big hand. Congratulations to Shanda. She will, of course, represent Page County at the Iowa State Fair coming up in a few weeks. All right, we are ready to select our champion and reserve champion meat goats. Out of that first class, we have Paige McCoy. Class number 2, Ella Johnson. I beg your pardon. Alicia Buttercase. And then our class just judged Ella Johnson. These are our champions out of our meat division. Coming in our reserves, we should have Madison Stadler, Ella Johnson, and another animal by Ella Johnson.
A real excellent grand drive right here. Go ahead and put your hands together for these kids. The goats really don't want to cooperate today, and I think it has to do with the weather because it's absolutely gorgeous and they'd just rather go out and run and play since it won't like try to kill them if they did because the heat's been so bad. But the kids are working with the goats to the best of their ability, and I have to appreciate them for that. We're just going to kind of talk a little bit about what I'm seeing here. The goat from the first class, this weather, you look at him and he just screams power. He's really stout. When you study him from the ground up, he's square and true. You have to appreciate especially that rack shape in that goat. You get over him, he's very fresh. He's just handles with all the hardness they can possibly feel over that rack, and it continues down his top line. He handles so great in that loin, you really have to appreciate it. If I had to pick at him just a little bit, I'd maybe clean him up a little bit more in his pasterns in comparison to some of the others out here. The young ladies, whether in the second class, you really have to appreciate the levelness to this goat. He definitely isn't cooperating with the young lady, but he's level in that top line. He's very fresh in his handle. He doesn't necessarily handle with the squareness over his rack in comparison to some of the others in here, and he's definitely not the stoutest goat in here, but you really have to appreciate him all the way around. The young ladies, whether from the third class, he's the tricky one of the group. If he'd cooperate, I think he's going to be a heck of a lot leveler in that top line, and I think he's going to show even more power and expression. You get over this goat, and he's got such a big square rack in him. He's got a big square loin in him, and you really have to appreciate his lower leg and that expression and that depth there. He's definitely not as stout, especially as our goat from the first class, but you have to appreciate his moderate framework and how big footed he is. If we just really stouten him up more in that bone work, you'd really have to contend with him in a lot of places. When it comes down to it, it's more of a personal preference. Maybe one that hit me just a little bit harder as they walked in, cooperated just a little bit better, really showed that true expression of the type of market goat that I like. I'm going to go out and I'm going to congratulate your grand and your reserve.
Okay, congratulations to our champion meat goat, Paige McCoy. She will receive a banner sponsored by Wallen Plumbing and Heating, and our reserve goes to Ella Johnson, and she will receive a banner sponsored by Miller Supply Company.
Like, what do you mean, like senior first, or senior, intermediate, junior, and then each of the younger kids should be watching so you know what the seniors are doing right away.
Do you want to start with seniors, or you want to start with seniors? Okay. We're gonna the reserve in that class. We need to honor her with great. She got champion and reserve champion right now.
Okay.
So she's gonna put her lamb or goat away, come back and get her recognized, and then we'll start in with seniors.
Sounds good.
So you're not bringing them in?
No, we're just gonna bring the top two get banners, and the same gal got both of them. So
Alicia. You're just going to bring herself in.
she's gonna put her goat away and come back to me, and then we'll announce her and have her clean up, give her her award, and then we'll start. That's So do you have a preference? We do have a dairy showmanship and a meat showmanship.
Oh, I just don't want to do it.
There won't be very many.
Yeah, it's not about the type of
I don't know
animal.
why they've always separated them. I don't know why. So we can do it all. We can just do it. We can just do one showmanship and be done.
It doesn't matter to me. It's up to you guys. If you already have the
You're the
banners,
superintendent. I'm a sheep guy.
if you already have the banners for it, that's fine. But we don't. Bring it on. Throw them all together. Tell them you've got this.
If you want to announce Alicia, then we'll have the queen go out and give her her thing. So
You had the top three, right? Top three, yeah.
I'll do it. He'll announce it, and
You probably noticed on your ring sheet on the back page, or one of the pages, we have our top 20 or top 10, whatever, rate of gain. And our winner in this division, it goes to Miss Alicia Buttercase. She's out in the show arena right now. She will receive a banner sponsored by Wallen Plumbing and Heating. She actually had the top three, it looks like, .55, .51, and .5. So congratulations to Alicia. All ages, like to do one group, right? Do all. I assume that's anybody that wants to come back in. A couple announcements today, and you'll notice in your fare books, if you happen to have one, our day sponsor, and we certainly thank the people that each day sponsor our all-day activities, and today happens to be Farm Bureau, so we certainly thank them. In just a few minutes, we will bring in our showmanship people, and immediately after that, we will begin our sheep show. Oh, gosh. It's beautiful. Oh, couldn't be any better. Couldn't be any better.
Senior showman.
Okay, we're ready for our showmanship contest. We'll pick Tabitha will pick three winners out of this group. These are all our senior showmen out of all the divisions, so are welcome to come for this.
A good set of senior showmen. About something to know about me, I'm judging all day long. I've watched these kids every time they've walked in the ring, whether they're showing their goat or not, I know that how they've been all day long. So I like to talk to each of the seniors, and I like to kind of let them know what I have observed and what they could maybe change in the future, because that's the one thing that I appreciated the most every show that I went to. And one of them I stated, showmanship will make you or break you. This is my favorite part of the day. You can have the worst animal in the ring, and you can show your way to the top because of how you presented them. You can have that best animal in the ring, and you can completely blow it and lose because you didn't present them properly. Each of these kids have done an excellent job. Their demeanor in the ring is outstanding. They're very calm. There's some that are maybe a little bit more attentive than the others. And one of the things about 4-H is we're here to learn. I don't necessarily do it when I judge open shows or anything, but I like to ask the questions to the 4-H kids because we're here to learn. We need to know what we're doing. Why are we here? Why are we presenting these animals? Well, we're feeding them for an industry, right? As a senior, you should know what you're feeding your animal, how much you're feeding, what the percentage protein is. And if you don't know it, second you go back to mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, whoever's helping you, ask them those questions and ask them why. Don't just so that you know because the judge is telling you that you need to know. Ask them, okay, am I feeding 16% protein? Why am I feeding 16% protein? Am I feeding 18% protein? Why am I feeding that? Do I have this additive? Why am I feeding that additive? Just you need to know. That's very, very important, not just for you as you're raising the animal, but you for the industry. So I didn't necessarily place them in any order. They ended up being in their order. So my grand will be the young lady here on the end. Reserve, the young man in the middle, and my third overall, the young lady right here. Tell them great job with a big round of applause.
Second is Andrew. And then Ella, right? Bradley Means. Okay, congratulations to our senior showman, our champion, in receiving a plaque. In addition to the blue ribbon, car groom, and that is Briley Means. Also in receiving a red ribbon, Andrew Hughes is in second place, and Ella Johnson in third. All right, coming in now, we'll have our intermediate showman. We'll once again pick 3 places.
idea that. Right. Yeah, good. Well, I turned it down a couple times. You know, I can't turn the car off. Let me know if it's still too loud to go back up there. Thank you. You aren't trying to say I'm a loudmouth. I know you have to pass. Well, you won it last year. You did have it. Two. I think you did. A couple years ago.
Oh, we have a pretty knowledgeable set of intermediates. Definitely put your hands together for them. This is the age that I really like. They're in between that junior where they're just really excited and smiling all the time, and before the senior when they're like, I'm too cool for this and mom and dad can do more of the work. They're actually in there really wanting to know, and I really, really like that about these kids. I definitely don't have them in any order here. I told each and every one of them I like how calm they are in the ring. Even if their goat wasn't cooperating with them, you could tell that it wasn't discouraging them, and that is an excellent quality for them to have and continue on. When it comes down to it, there was somebody that was just a little bit more tentative throughout the day, just a little bit more on point, and was very knowledgeable as well, so I'll have to commend them there. So our young lady here on the end will be our grand, the young man over on that end will be our reserve, and the young lady in the middle will be our third overall. Congratulations.
Alicia, Dylan,
Okay, congratulations to our intermediate showman. Receiving a plaque by Car Groom is our top showman, Alicia Buttercase. And our reserve goes to Dylan Barteman. And in third, Bella Johnson. Okay, we'll finish up our goat show with our junior showman. So please enter the show arena. All junior showmen. A couple other people I'd like to introduce today. Again, the other night we selected our queens and Miss Congeniality, and here she is.
I'm Olivia Baker. I go to school in Essex. I'm going to be a senior this year, and I'm a member of the Fremont Farmers and 4-H'ers.
Give it to Dana.
My name is Dana Shires. I will be a freshman in college at Iowa Western, and I am a member of the Valley Booster 4-H Club.
You want to introduce yourself?
We also have our Miss Little Page County Fair Queen. I'll let her introduce herself.
My name is Brooklyn Riley. My parents are Talon Riley and Dakota Riley. And I'm going to be in 4th grade. I go to school in Clarinda.
Very good. Thank you.
do the Grand and Reserve pictures real quick with those, and then we'll roll right into the show. Yeah.
Once we finish this last class of showmanship, we'd like all the banner winners to come into the show arena and get your pictures taken. So don't run off. We'll take them in the show arena at the north end. And once we get that done, we will begin our sheep show.
I'm going to take those pictures of them and then I'll come and do the ring sheet.
Oh, you feel good doing take out those things.
Yes. Somewhere over there. Oh, back there. Dad, about how many sheep were there last night?
We're going to have about 45 minutes.
Definitely go in this order the way we are right
Yeah,
now.
I'm guessing.
They're all labeled, so.
Oh, our juniors are a lot of fun. I definitely give these guys a round of applause. this might be the absolute calmest set of juniors I have ever judged in the last 8 years. And I'm very, very impressed by them. They have done an excellent job all day long. There is one that has just really caught my attention all day long, has done an excellent job, very knowledgeable every time they come into the ring, and just really knows this GOAT project. And that's not to take away from anything. I went down the line and I gave them all a few little suggestions on what they could do, and then I had them walk around again, and I just love how they took into account everything that I said, and they worked on that right here in the ring today. Not to discount from any of them, they have done an excellent job. Our champion showman will be the young man over here on the end with the black and white doe. I believe he said is Betty Boop, and that is a cool name, so I'm very impressed. And then our reserve will be the young man that's crouched down right there, and our third overall will be the young man right there in the middle. Give them all a round of applause.
Go. Okay. Go out to the sidewalk out there. Go straight till you run into a big building. Parking lot. Go in the right door. Door to the right of the building. It's back in that. Take a sharp left and you get in the door. It's back in that. We're taking pictures.
Okay, congratulations to our junior showman winners. First place goes to Jesse Johnson-Whittick, and second, Colin Varman, and third place, Colton Nelson. Oh.
Colin, Barnum, Cole, and then Colton. I got the other two. I thought it was.
This is yours. There. Oh, there it is. Oh.
Yeah, she wants to go.
Take checks. I didn't do the other stuff. I only did showmanship. He did the rest. But we can check at least for. Riley, give me my camera. Kylie can't take pictures that close. Hold on. Yeah. US Pride. Oh yeah, Pride.
got things to do.
You go.
I'll do it.
Yeah, if you want to, that'd be
Yep.
fine.
Yep.
And
Or you want to just throw them? Have you got trivia? You want to just throw some out?
Do you know the answers to half of these?
No, I don't know anything. So.
I'm trying to find a proper way to word this without
How many you got? All these?
10.
10?
10 in each bag. 10 for goats and 10 for sheep.
These are the same?
Yep.
How many, are there goat tastes on which one is which? I'll sew them out. I'll just say, who needs a t-shirt? Huh? Hey, come on, guys.
What are we doing?
These are all the same, aren't they, Megan? Yep. I mean, no, just ask anybody who wants it. They're old shirts. Throw 'em up somebody. Get the kids. I don't know what size, but they did. Got to save those. Well, I don't know if they're any different.
One more? Think one more picture? Yeah. My sheep are ready.
catch the front one. As long as that just
Oh,
this
thank
way,
you.
it's fine.
Ha! Here's a funny story. This is a men's 2X. Got it for my husband on Amazon. Obviously, Johnny says it. No, a 2X.
Did you find it okay, Tevin?
I sure did. They've been very distracting the entire time because I keep wanting to go over there and pet one. I've been there the whole time.
We're going to have 3 fairly small classes
Okay.
for the commercial.
Bring it on.
There's 2 that are pretty heavy, that are heavier, so we broken into them, but so we'll have 3 of those commercials.
Tony, do you
And
care?
then you want to do it the same way we did the goats?
Do you care if after they come in I stop right there?
No, that's fine.
Do you have a pin? We're gonna do double. Do you have a pin?
There should be in my
That
box.
might be Bruce's.
My box is over
As
there.
long as you do you care if I spot the front and take pictures?
No, I don't care. Just don't give them butt the whole time.
Okay. I'm on your good side. Stay on the way.
You can come throughout the ring anywhere you want.
Okay.
It doesn't bother me.
I like to have pictures.
That is fine with me.
And up here, you can't.
No, you come in the ring the whole time. It doesn't bother me.
Check ourselves on sheet and hopefully we'll be good to go. My name is Bradley, by the way.
Okay, I'm Tabitha.
And it's
Are you the intern this year? Awesome. Where do you go to school?
Northwest Missouri State.
Oh, buddy.
Had you got a chance to look at the ring sheet to see what we got? You don't care.
It is what it is.
Okay, we're doing.
Just bring me some sheep. I'm good.
First class commercial. We'll have 3 of those classes.
All right.
Okay. All right, we're ready to begin our sheep show. Coming in as if you have a ring sheet, class number 1 of our commercial lambs. These lambs weigh between 102 pounds to 112. Coming first, we have Mark Jade, followed by Shandy Notewear. Then we have Riley Notewear and Shanda Sunderman. Class number 1 are commercial ewe lambs.
There's a lot of give and take in these top U's in the class. The young lady's U lamb to start the class really hit me hard from the moment she walked in the ring. She screams brood U potential. And then when it comes to commercial U's, you're going to hear me say that a lot. You want something that's going to be able to come back and be able to produce for your flock, and she's got that picture perfect U right here. Is she more elevated than the one in second? No, she is not. But you cannot default her for that. When she comes out in the ring, she is square and true on her feet, and she is level in that top line, and you have to really appreciate her for that. Is she the squarest in her rack shape? Heck no. But she's you can't discount her for that. When you look at this you talk square, you talk picture perfect. She is one that is pretty and has a great look from the side. When you really get to studying her and you're going to default her in comparison to my class winner, you're going to say she's not as broody. She doesn't have that big spring of rib in comparison to my first place. But my biggest discount on this, she doesn't come out square in that hip in comparison to my class winner. The young lady's ewe lamb in third. You really have to appreciate her from the side profile. She's got a real nice square hip on her. I'd like to make her a little bit deeper in her body, give her a little bit more spring of rib in order for her to place any higher today. The young lady's ewe lamb in fourth. She is outpowered today and outbroodied. I mean, you get in front of her and she's really not going to have that brood ewe potential in comparison to my top three. I'd like to give her a little bit more spring of rib, give her a little bit more time on feed, and she'll get there for this young lady, but a good set top to bottom.
Okay, in that first class of commercial lambs, first place goes to Shandy Nowhere. She received a purple. Also receiving purple in second place is Riley Nowhere. Then a blue, Shander Sunderman. And then in fourth place, Mark Jade. Okay, we're ready for our class number 2 of commercial ewe lambs. These weigh between 118 pounds and 125. Coming in now, we have Mark Jacob, Shanda Sunderman, Shandy Nowhere, and Kylie Meyer.
Another really nice brood ewe to start the class off with. When you get off to the side, she's got a lot of power there. She is very square and true on her feet. I have to appreciate her. She's very big-footed and very stout in her overall makeup. If I could maybe change her up a little bit, I'm gonna tie her into that hip-loin conjunction just a little bit better than what she is right now. Maybe square her up in her hip just a smidge, but that's just getting really picky. The young lady's ewe lamb in second. She's really pretty profiling you. I really have to appreciate her for that. I'd like to square her up a lot more in her hip, make her a little bit wider. I'd like to stouten her up in her overall makeup. When she gets on the move, she gets a little bit roachy for me and drops her back legs under her in comparison to my class winner, but an excellent ewe for the young lady. When we get down into our third and fourth, we're giving up some more of that power. The young lady's ewe lamb right here coming out. I told her I really like her spring of rib. I'd like to make her a little bit squarer in her hip, give her a little bit more depth in that lower leg. And then the young lady to fall off my class, she's just kind of got the youngest ewe lamb in the class. She's a little bit later maturing than the others, but you give her a little bit more time on feed, and she'll do wonders for this young lady. Give them all a round of applause.
All right, in our second class of commercial ewe lambs, first place receiving a purple, we have Shandy Nowhere. In second, a purple also is Kylie Meyer. In third, receiving a blue, Shannon Sunderman. And fourth place, Jacob Mark. Class number 3, we have 2 entries. Stephen Johnson-Wittick and Jesse Johnson-Wittick. These lambs weigh between 145 to 146 pounds.
We have 2 really nice ewe lambs. You could go either way with these guys in this class. The young man's ewe lamb right here in front of me is the one that I'm going to start the class off with. She might just be a little bit more broodier. She's got that bigger spring of ribs. She's got that bigger top on her. When you want to talk about a big back sheep, that's a big back sheep right there. I really like her depth of body. If I could change her in comparison to my one in second, I'd clean her up a little bit more in that front 1/3. She maybe gets just a little bit deeper in her chest. chest than I prefer. The young man's ULAM right here that's not cooperating. When you get off to the side, she's got a really pretty profile when she cooperates with him. I really have to appreciate her depth of body and her springer rib. If I could change her to make her a little bit better than my first place, I'd maybe make her a little bit squarer over the hip, tie her in a little bit better in that hip-loin conjunction, but a good set of ewes for these young men.
All right, in our class number 3, receiving blue ribbons, we have first place, Stephen Johnson-Wittig, and in second place, Jesse Johnson-Wittig. All right, we're ready to select our champion and reserve champion commercial lambs out of class number 1. First place in that class was Shandy Nowhere. Out of class number 2, also Shandy Nowhere. And then out of class 3, we have Stephen Johnson-Wittig. Coming in now, we have our reserves out of that first class. We have Riley Nowhere. And the reserve in class number 2 is Kylie Meyer. And in class number 3, Jesse Johnson-Wittig.
a real excellent set of commercial ewes here. Each and every one of them will go back into a flock and do any of these kids wonders. When it comes down to it, like I said, you're going to hear me say broody, and you're going to hear me say it often. And that's just as a producer, that's what I really care about. I want something that I'm going to be able to bring back to the pasture, throw out with a buck, and I know that come December, January, February, when I start lambing, that she's going to lamb and have zero issues. So when you look at these ewes, we'll really pick on this first class set of ewes. You look at these guys, and our class winner, she is broody. She's broody and she's beautiful. So she's got 2 extra points on for me. You look at her and you study her from the ground up. She's big-footed. She's stout. I love her moderate framework. She is not the most elevated sheep that you're going to find out here, but she is beautiful. She's straight in her lines. I love how big back she is. I love how square she is. Like I said, if you want to fault her in any way, you could say that you need her a little bit more elevated, maybe need a little bit more depth in that lower leg. Then we get into our second place, or our second class, and that first place ewe. She's got a lot of brood ewe potential. She's not the stoutest one out here. She's not the biggest footed one out here, but she is so broody. I love that big spring of rib. I love her capacity that she has there. I'd like to square her up maybe just a little bit more on her hip, tie her in a little bit better in that hip-loin conjunction. The class winner from our third class, we can't discount her a whole lot. In comparison to those ahead of her, she just gives up that overall stoutness. She's not quite as big-footed. She's definitely got the biggest frame in the class, but she carries it very well. She does have that brood ewe potential, and will go back and do wonderful things for that young man. Then we get down to it. My 3 personal favorites and more of that contention for reserve on which way I go, you really have to bring in the second place from that first class a lot. She is beautiful. She is a very picture perfect ewe. To make her better, I want her squarer in that hip. I want her to look a little bit broodier. She has a top on her that is absolute killer. I love how square and true she is over that top line, and I love her rack shape, and I love how fresh handling she is. When it comes down to it, it's more of a personal preference. I'm going to go out and I'm going to congratulate your grand and your reserve.
Okay, our champion now, the commercial, comes out of that first class. Our champion goes to Shandy Nowhere, and reserve goes to Riley Nowhere. Shandy will receive a banner sponsored by Morris Sump family of Clarinda. And the reserve will receive a banner sponsored by S&F Livestock of Villisca. Okay, we're ready for our market lamb classes. I believe we've got nine different classes. Starting off here in the first class, leading in we have Caden Whip, followed by Riley Noteware, Owen Wright, and Tori Burns. This is class number 1 of our market lambs. These weigh between 91 and 102 pounds.
This lightweight set is a very good set we've got here. The young lady's ewe lamb to start the class. Like she told me, she's a little bit crazy, but I mean, like I said, the weather is really making these animals not cooperate. When you get off the to the side, you can just see a lot of extreme power for this ewe lamb. I love her foot size. She has got so much stoutness, and combined with that moderate framework is absolutely wonderful. But what you really got to commend this sheep for, you get over her top. She's so square over that rack, and she is fresh all the way down her top. For her being in that 100-pound range, she is a big back sheep, and you have to appreciate her for that. Granted, it will take some time on feed, but I'd like to tie her in maybe just a little bit better in that hip-loin conjuncture, make her just a little bit squarer in that hip. The young man's ewe lamb in second, she's very stout and got a great bone work to her. I have to appreciate her for that. If I could get her on the move, I know she's going to be level gentle and up-headed, and that is extremely neat about her. I love her elevation as she has got nice straight lines. When you get over her, she's really tall at that point of her shoulder, and you have to appreciate that as well. The young lady coming in third, her Weather, he's a very fresh to the handle. He's got a cool square rack over him. I love his length of loin. I told her what we need to do is more time on feed. We need to tie him in a little bit better in that hip-loin conjunction, give him just a little bit overall power. The young man's Weather, to finish off the class, he just really needs more time with feed. When you study him over the top, he just doesn't have that overall shape and power compared to my top three, but a good set top to bottom.
All right, in that first class of market lambs, first place receiving a purple is Riley Nowhere. Our reserve goes to Owen Wright, also a purple. Receiving blues in third, we have Tori Burns, and in fourth, Caden Whip.
We did have one closer to the porta potty, but I didn't think you probably wanted to go there.
Coming in class number 2, leading off, we have Tori Burns, followed by Jade Mark, Owen Wright, and Caden Whip. Class number 2, these lambs weigh between 106 and 110 pounds.
All right, this is a good class right here, and I really appreciate these kids just kind of let me give them a little bit of advice. We had 3 of them that were just getting so wound tight. I think they were just making their lambs a little wound tight. These 3 sheep can go many different ways. The sheep that I start out with as my personal favorite in the class, and I'll tell you exactly why. We look at this sheep from the side, and we have all sorts of stout bone work. I love how big-footed this sheep is. I love how moderate in his framework he is. There's a few things that I would like to change, and I think a lot of it just has to do with how the lamb is being presented right now. We just need him to maybe level out a little bit. If we stop pushing down on him, we're going to see a little bit leveler back on him for sure. I like how elevated this sheep is. I'd like to clean him up maybe just a little bit more in its front 1/3 and give him a little bit more power in that lower leg that we see in maybe some of the others. The young ladies, Weather in second, this one's the one that hit me when he came in. I thought, man, this one's going to be the class winner. He's got so much muscle expression throughout his entire body. You look at him over the top, he's got so much power in that rack. He's got so much power in that loin and in that lower leg. He gives up that overall structural correctness, especially on the move. He gets a little bit roachy and racy for me. He doesn't have that true square hip that I see in my class winner. The young man's Weather in second, probably one of the freshest ones for sure that I felt today. He's got a big square rack in him, and I have to appreciate it for that. He doesn't tie in quite in the as well in that hip-loin conjunction that I prefer. He gets a little bit racy and roachy when he gets on the move. If you watch him, he really drops drops his legs and lowers that rear end too much for me. The young ladies, ewe lamb in 4th to round off the class. We just got outpowered and out-expressed today. I talked to her, I said, if you look at these other lambs, you can just see that muscle in them. You can see it ripple. And we just need a little bit more of that in this ewe lamb in order for her to place any higher.
If you don't have power, there is a reset button down there.
2, 4, 1, 3.
And the ribbons were what, 2?
1 purple, 1 lavender, and then blue.
So 2 purple, a blue, and 2 blues?
Yep.
2,
2
2.
blue,
2,
2,
2,
2.
okay. And let me see the numbers again. 2, 4, 1, 3.
All right, in that class of second class of market lambs, first place goes to Owen Wright, receiving a purple. Second place of purple also, Terry Burns, receiving blues. Caden Whip in 3rd, and 4th, Jade Mark. All right, we're ready for class number 3 of our market lambs. These weigh between 112 and 119. Coming in first, we have Caden Whip, followed by James Wallach. Caden Whip, Jada Mark, and Brooke Burns. Class number 3 of our market lambs.
I'm saying is,
70-some plus years she's been here.
yep, never fails, always in the same spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the intern for
The intern for
Extension Office.
all summer? I assume that's a paying job.
It is.
Not all internships are.
Yes, it is
I think they
paying.
are now.
Yeah.
It used to be a lot of it's just experience.
So I could pay for the college credits to have it count for college. So I'm really paying, but
How many credits is it?
I just 3 credits. It's more for the experience than anything.
Yeah, sure. So you're working on D then? I assume.
Yeah.
You're your boss.
You to be my boss.
Yeah.
I do their youth programming and then their stuff.
Two purples, 3 blues. 2 purples, 3 blues. There was a lot of tricky pieces to put together in this class. There wasn't one that necessarily had that big wow factor. So I broke it down to what put it together the best for me. The young man's weather to start the class. He's definitely the freshest handling and the most expressive one in the class today. Is he the most structurally correct? Probably not. But I've got to have a little bit of give and take. I have to appreciate this lamb over its rack, and I really have to appreciate the expression that he has down his back and through that lower leg. The young man's weather in second. He's definitely got the body and capacity capacity that you need to carry the weight that he's got, and he's definitely stout. He just gives up that freshness to handle and a little bit more less expressive than my class winner. The young lady's Weather in third. He's the looker of the class for sure. He comes in, he's got a neat profile. He just doesn't have enough fluff on him today. And when I say that, he just does not have enough fat, so he appears to be just a touch too skinny for me. She were to bring him, and he just wouldn't grade out the way she'd want him to. When we get to the final two in the class, we've got some really nice lambs in here. We've got some elevation to them that you'll really have to appreciate. Both of them, I'd like to change them through their front 1/3. I'd like to clean them up, make them a little shallower in their chest floor in order for them to place any higher.
Okay, in that class, class number 3, we've got 2 purples and 3 blues. In first place, we have Caden Whip. Second, receiving a purple also, James Wallach. Receiving blues in third, Brooke Burns. In fourth, Caden Whip. And in fifth, Jada Mark. All right, class 4 of our market lambs.
Well, looks like it.
We have Shanda Sunderman, James Wallach, Caden Whip, Audrey Case, and Riley Noteware. Class number 4, market lambs. These lambs weigh between 120 and 121 pounds.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think this class sorts itself quite handily. We just come in and we've got the meat wagon to start the class off with. He's really big and he's really powerful, and he puts it together with a lot of expression. He's very stout in his overall bone work, and he's a very big-footed. He keeps it really nice shallow in his front 1/3, and you have to really appreciate him for that. What I love about this sheep, he's really deep in that lower leg, and he continues that and has a deep twist as well. When you get into the second place lamb, he's got a really cool profile when he really works with that young man. He shows a lot of expression, and he's got a very powerful rack. If I could change him up a little bit, I'd make him squarer in the hip, make him stouter in his overall bone work. The young man's ewe lamb in third. She's really elevated and really pretty from the side profile. She gives up overall power and expression compared to my top two in order for her to place any higher today. When we get down into our last two, they're giving up just a little bit more of that expression, a little bit more of that freshness. I have to commend the blue weather there at the end. He's a very elevated sheep, and he has a lot of power to him. He needs some more time on feed. He maybe drops a little bit too much in that back end and gets a little bit roachy on the walk in order to place any higher, but a really good set top to bottom.
Two, three. Okay.
All right. In that class, market 4, market lambs. Receiving a purple in first place, Riley Nowhere. Also receiving a purple in second is James Wallach. Receiving blues, Caden Whip, Audrey Case, and Shanda Sunderman. All right, in class number 5, we have 4 entries. Kylie Myers, Shandy Nowhere, Colby Wellmus, and Shanda Sunderman.
put your hands together for these girls right here, because they made my day hard. Each of these sheep could go and win any of the county fairs that I have been to this year, and a lot of the jackpot shows that I have been to this year. The sheep right here that just kind of puts it all together for me, I really like this sheep off to the side. When you really study this lamb, he's very elevated. He's tall at the point of the shoulder, stout in his bone work. The thing that gets me the most on this sheep is he is so square in his hip. He's got that depth in his lower leg and expression in his lower leg, but what gets me the most is he's got one deep twist on him, and I love a sheep like that. The young lady did a very good job presenting him. If I could really just pick at him maybe a little bit in the industry, I'd clean it up a little bit more in that front 1/3. The young lady's lamb in second. The second that he walked into the ring, I thought, here is my class winner. He's just really, really cool. I like this lamb a lot from its side profile. I don't know if it's just his cooperation today or what. He just doesn't get as elevated as my personal favorite. If I wanted him to beat the one in first, I'd give him a little bit more depth in his twist, but he is probably the most expressive lamb in the class. This young lady put me to the test today. She showed her way to the contention for that first slot. This lamb, he does handle very well. He's just not as square in that hip like I prefer. You present him to win anything, and so you have to commend her for that. I love how fresh he is over his top. He's very big and square in his rack. This lamb is by far the stoutest in the class and is the biggest footed, and he's a very cool sheep for this young lady. I said, I hate to put you right here, but unfortunately you were just outpowered today. This was the worst class to be in because we had 3 powerhouses ahead of her, but she did an excellent job presenting her lamb. Give these kids a round of applause.
All right, in that class, market 5. First place goes to Colby Wilmus. In second, the reserve goes to Kylie Meyer, receiving a purple. Also purple in third place, Shandy Nowhere. And in fourth, Shanda Sunderman.
What ribbon colors did you do?
3 1.
Blue. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Class number 6, these lambs 131 pounds. Not necessarily in this order. Paige McCoy, James Wallach, Audrey Case, and Adam Johnson.
These kids have presented some really nice lambs to me in this class. The young lady's ewe lamb to start the class hasn't really cooperated very well with her, but she's definitely the freshest handling ewe in the class. When you get a hold of her, she's got a big, powerful rack on her, and she continues that down her entire back and top line. She's got so much expression in that lower leg, you really have to appreciate her for that. If I could maybe change her up a little bit, I'd square her up in her hip. The young man's Weather in second. I really like this sheep over his rack. He's got a lot of muscle and a lot of freshness there. He's got a really neat profiling sheep. I'd really like to clean him up through that front 1/3. He's getting a little bit too deep in his chest, and I'd like to make him a little bit squarer in his hip in order for him to place any higher today. The young lady's Weather in third. He's a stout sheep. You look at him, he's big-footed, big-boned. You really have to appreciate him for that. I love his depth of body. I would like to maybe clean him up just a little bit more in that front 1/3. I'd like to give him a little bit more power and expression. The young man's Weather to follow off the class. He was just really outpowered. Really doesn't have much for that footwork, that big-footed stoutness that I really like to see, and he doesn't quite get all expression in comparison to those top 3 above him, but a good set top to bottom.
All right, in class number 6, we've got 1 purple and 3 blues. Our champion goes to Paige McCoy. Second place, Adam Johnson. In third, a blue, Case. And in fourth, James Wallach. Class number 7, these lambs weigh 135 to 137. We have Colby Wilmus, Riley Nowhere, Paige McCoy,
In this class, it's pretty easy to tell there is truly a top pair and a bottom pair, but not to discount from the bottom pair. We just got a lot of power and muscle in these top two. The young lady's Weather to start the class, he's really cool in his appearance. I really like how elevated he is when she gets him set just right. He's really stout in his overall bone work, and to be honest with you, when you get a handle on them, he just handles with a lot more expression and power and a lot fresher today in comparison to my lamb in second. My lamb in second, he is really neat from the profile. He is really level. He's really extremely high at the point of his shoulder. I'd like to deepen him in that twist. I'd like to make him just a little bit more stouter in his bone work, especially to make him a little bit more equal in his overall frame. The young lady's Weather in third, he's pretty cool when you get over him. He's got a lot of great features. You get over his hip and he's very square. I'd like to give him more of that depth in his lower leg, clean him up through his front 1/3 in order for him to place any higher. The young ladies, ewe lamb to follow off the class. They said, I'm sorry you got stuck in a hard class. You just got outpowered and outmuscled today. I'd like to see her a little bit more expressive. She's really shallow in her chest. You have to appreciate her for that. And she's got a lot more freshness than she appears, but just one that just got outpowered today. But give them all a round of applause.
All right, in that class number 7, we've got 2 purple and 2 blues. First place is Riley Nowhere. Second, Colby Wilmus. Third place, Audrey Case. And in fourth, Paige McCoy. Coming in now, class number 8 of our market lambs, 142 to 147 pounds. Should have 3 entries: Adam Johnson, Stephen Johnson-Whittick, and Aiden Johnson.
T-shirts to give or throw away? These go to the sheep, don't they, too? These T-shirts we threw away a month earlier during the goat show.
Probably that's.
I think we'll do it just before the champion here.
Maybe
or
we'll do it
something.
while they're doing showmanship.
Showmanship on the floor. Yeah.
I think this class sorts itself quite handily. I start the class off with definitely the most powerful, freshest handling sheep. Is he the tallest at the point of his shoulder with the best elevation? No, definitely not. But he's really neat when you really get him studied off to the side. The young man's Weather in second. He's really powerful up over that rack. You really have to appreciate him. He's the most elevated lamb in the class by far. I'd like to square him up over his hip and give him a lot more expression in that lower leg. The young man's Weather to finish off the class. He's very fresh in his handle today, especially for his size. He's got a lot of power over that top, and you really have to appreciate his length of line, but a good set top to bottom.
Okay, congratulations to those exhibitors. First place receiving a purple, Adam Johnson. Receiving blues, Aiden Johnson and Stephen Johnson Wittick. That's class number 8. We're ready for our last class of market lambs, class number 9. We've got 3 entries here. Aiden Johnson, Jesse Johnson Wittick, and Paige McCoy. These lambs weigh between 151 and 166 pounds. Class number 9.
He's 114 his average weight.
114. Okay, thank you. Do the same with the rate again. Just bring in Jesse. Okay. Average pen weight was 114.
One purple and 2 blues.
We've got 3 of these big heavyweights you have to definitely be impressed with. The young lady's weather to start the class. When you get on him, you're thinking that he's going to be fat, and he's definitely not. You get a hold of the sheep, and he's very fresh to the handle. He's big backed, got a big rib. If I could change him a little bit, I'd tie him in a little bit better in that hip-loin conjunction and give him a little leveler hip. The young man's weather in second, he just gave up that overall expression and true hard handle today compared to my class winner. I really have to appreciate this lamb in his lower leg, though. He does have a lot of expression. I love his depth of body. I need to clean him up a little bit more in that front 1/3 and make him a little bit squarer over his hip for him to place any higher today. The young man's weather to finish the class, I said you have to be very happy with this sheep and very impressed. This sucker handles with one long loin, so that hind saddle is a good prime piece of meat when it comes to it, and he's got a lot there. What we really need to do is that lower leg really needs to be filled in and have a lot more expression, because that's your number 1 cut right there, and you really want to have a lot more meat than what he's got here. But great set of sheep, so give him a round of applause.
Okay, in that class number 9, our first place goes to Paige McCoy, second place Aiden Johnson, and in third Jesse Wittick Johnson. And we held him up. The young man's market lamb had the top rate again, so congratulations to Jesse Johnson Wittick. His lamb gained 1.07 pounds per day.
little baby doesn't want anything to eat. He shoved her right away. I don't think the little ram is going to make him happy either. Huh. We're bringing in our champions now, I assume. We're going to have 18 in there. And one kid's going to have about four in there. And so we'll have a lot of substitutes showing up. Yeah. So, you got to use the numbers. Well, they don't. Yep, then showing chicks. Well, it takes a long time to do it. Oh, yeah, tonight you do have a long day. Okay. What do we got coming here? This first place? These reserves. This is. Who is it? Who's that? Is that first place is them? Just have to read them off.
569.
Well, I can get the champions and reserves, I guess.
Okay, in the arena now, we've got our champions in the commercial, our Market Lamb division. I'm not sure what order we got them in, but we've got Riley Nowhere out of Class 1, Owen Wright out of Class 2, Class 3, Caden Whip. Out of Class 4, we have Riley Nowhere. Class 5, Colby Wilmus. Class 6, Paige McCoy. Out of Class 7, Riley Nowhere. And Class 8, Aiden Johnson. And Class 9, Paige McCoy. Those are our champions. Let's give those people all a big hand. Now for our reserves. Out of Class 1, we have Owen Wright. Tony Burns out of Class 2. Out of Class 3, we should have James Wallach. Class 4, Audrey Caden Whip, excuse me. No, I beg your pardon, James Wallach. Out of Class 5, we have Kylie Meyer. Class 6, Aiden Johnson. Class 7, Colby Wilmus. And Class 8, Aiden Johnson. And out of Class 9, another lamb of Aiden Johnson. Those are reserves. Let's give those people a big hand.
She's really experienced. She remembers. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, yeah. Yes, but just listening really hard. Right. She must be impressed with the quality of the laps that are here. And you know that. I don't, but that's neat to see that. Makes us more fun to work.
Put your hands together for these kids. They've done an excellent job today. This is a very impressive final drive, and you should be very, very proud of all of the exhibitors here at Page County. It's not very often that you overfill the ring for a final drive, so kudos to all of you. All of you kids that are out here, go back to mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, friend, aunt, uncle, whoever is helping you and has you in front of this animal. Go back to them, give them a hug and say thank you, because this industry is the best industry in the world to be in. Being part of the livestock industry, but being part of 4-H and FFA has meant the world to me, and I hope it will mean the world to you. Where I'm at today in my career as a judge, as a producer, is thanks to 4-H and FFA, and I hope that a lot of you end up striving to be there, so that someday you're either in my shoes as a judge or my shoes as a producer, because it is definitely the lifestyle to have and the lifestyle to raise your kids in. And having 4 children of my own, I have instilled a lot of hard work and determination in them, and my oldest 2 are 8. So it makes me a very, very proud mama. You guys have quite the set. Obviously, I made it very clear I have no poker face. The 4 favorites out here, I had them walking. There is a lot of give and take in each one of these animals. These guys could win under any judge, anytime, anywhere. Unfortunately, you're stuck with my opinion today. And I hope at the end of the day that you guys can be satisfied with it, because I know that I'm going to go home and I'm going to be able to tell my husband I found a really cool sheep in Page County that I'm really proud of. When we get down to it, I'm going to kind of talk those 4 just so that you can see what I'm seeing. This weather right here that this young lady's got, he's not cooperating 100% with her, but when she gets him stuck, he looks amazing. You look at him from the side profile and you study him from the ground up, he's got that footwork that you want. He's big-footed. He's heavy-boned. I love his moderation. He is very square over his top. He's got a lot of power. When I'm going to pick him apart compared to the other 3 that I'm looking at, he needs to tie in a lot better in that hip-loin conjunction, and he needs to be maybe a little bit more elevated today. The young lady's weather right here in front of me, he hit me very, very hard when he came into class. I told y'all that. When she does get him stuck just right, he does have a proper elevation. He's maybe a little bit more leveler than some of them out here, and doesn't get as high in the point of his shoulder as some of the others out here, but he is excellent for his type and kind. I appreciate this sheep, especially in his squareness of his hip, his power in his lower leg, and his depth of twist. Then we've got this young lady right here in front of me with this big, powerful weather right here. He's so square and he's so fresh over that top. He's very impressive. You have to appreciate how much elevation he has and how tall he is at the point of his shoulder. I really like this sheep in the terms of how, his depth, his overall stoutness, and his bone work. What I'd like to change about him maybe a little bit, I'd like him a little bit deeper in his twist, a little bit more expressive in that lower leg. Then we got the young lady that in the second hole over here that was stuck in the hardest class of the day for sure. He's got so much expression over that top. I love how fresh he is to the handle. He's got so much expression throughout his entire body. He's a big back sheep. He just doesn't quite have that depth of twist and that hip shape that we see in his class winner, but an excellent sheep that could win in a lot of different places. So right now I've definitely made up my mind, and I'm going to go out and I'm going to congratulate your grand and your reserve.
Okay. Riley's champion and Colby nowhere, right?
Yeah, I think it
Col-
was Riley.
Riley, then Colby, right next to her. Those two right there. Okay. Okay, congratulations to our overall grand champion, Margaret Lamb, Riley Nowhere. She will receive a banner sponsored by Craig and Kathy Harris of Shenandoah. And our reserve goes to Colby Wilmus. She will receive a banner sponsored by Farwell Farms of Northborough. So congratulations to all of those exhibitors in the show today. Next on our program, we'll have the Pen of Three. Okay, we should have four entries, one that's not on your sheet in this class. Paige McCoy has 3 lambs. James Wallach, Audrey Case, and Caden Whip also has a pen of 3.
The add-in was Caden Whip.
When we look at pens of 3, we look at uniformity, we look at type and kind, and we definitely look at something that is going to go to market and they're going to have a quality yield grade, and there's not going to be anything that's overly discounted. A lot of this ends up being pretty easy because a lot of these kids are going to end up bringing something from their flock at home, so a lot of them have the same sires, so that makes it a lot easier, and sometimes it also makes it a lot harder. When it comes down to it, when you see something that's going to pop out at you and it's going to probably yield a little bit better and have that quality grade, I'm going to go with this pen right here as my champion pen. I'm going to have this pen as my reserve, and then we'll have third and fourth. So congratulations, kids.
So Audrey's first?
Yes.
And Paige is second?
And then James and
And they're getting ribbons too?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations to our champion pen of 3, Audrey Case, and the reserve goes to Paige McCoy. Our champion pen of 3 will receive a banner sponsored by the Kenneth Paulsley family of Blanchard, and our reserve pen of 3 will receive a banner sponsored by Mike and Amy Wilmus family of Newmarket.
Bruce, you want to call for senior showmanship?
We're ready for our showmanship contest now. We'll start with our seniors, so please come to the show arena. Senior showmen, please bring your lambs to the show arena.
came out of class 4, didn't he? Is that the one? Oh, that's not it either. Where should she win? There.
Oh.
There we go. Out of class 7, a little bigger. Is that the one? 5, 6, 9?
Yep.
So this is the.
That was
champ.
the champion. Yeah.
Okay. But the reserve was.
Colby. 2543 tag. Right there.
There it is. Yeah, that's what we thought.
Oh,
That's
yep,
the one she
yep.
talked about. The one up in class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh yeah, because Riley wasn't in it.
Mm-mm. Oh, I better get the 10 and 3 down here. I didn't have that. Yes. Either that or you have trouble counting one or the other. 21. You're at least equal to, huh? That's good. Good.
guess I never asked her the last name. I just
I think
Emily.
it was
though.
Emily.
Me too.
Did you? The Cypher or whatever. Oh, okay.
That
The rabbit and poultry superintendent?
She's up in the office. Is that Emily?
Yeah.
That's Emily up the
Emily,
extension
yeah.
office. I guess I didn't know her last name because Emily's all I don't know.
Emily
know
Cyber,
her.
yeah. So she's rabbit and poultry superintendent
Oh,
too.
okay.
Yeah, I guess I just knew her as Emily. I didn't
Emily,
know her
me
last
too.
name. I'm gonna need someone to come switch me out so I can go to the junior college. Kylie, can I see what you got for overall just to check? Yeah.
That's a Jonathan, right? Boy.
Hey, Adam. Okay, do you want to come say when I need to leave, come off, take a picture of the results, and then go to
You need a top three, right? Or just a green ones?
top three.
Top three. Okay. All right, the seniors have been fun to work with, and they've done a very, very good job presenting their lambs. There's maybe one that's excelled throughout the day just a little bit more than the others, and I really like to sit down and work with each of them. I'm not saying that I'm the number one person to teach a kid how to show, and I'm not the best showman in the whole world, but I've definitely been around the block a few times, and I've seen some pretty impressive people and how well they show. One of them, and my champion that excelled a lot to the top, is this young lady right here. She just does a really excellent job presenting that sheep. I really have to commend her for her hand placement. She has been one of my only kids in the ring that hasn't locked their hands. So intermediates and juniors, you listening to me? Don't lock your hands around that sheep's neck. It is the one thing that they're going to do to fight you. As soon as you do that, it's like you're choking them, and they don't like that. So they're going to fight you. They're going to pull away and everything. I told her the one trick that I needed her to work on that will excel her to the top no matter where she's at. So hopefully she does this at the state fair. Watch that front 1/3. Make sure you're making that sheep as elevated as it gets, and pay attention to that before you pay attention to anything else, and you're going to be golden. My reserve is the lady over here on this end. She's done a very excellent job in the ring presenting that lamb on the walk. I have to commend her all the way. She's very good at keeping those sheep's heads elevated and high. She makes them on the move look brilliant when they come in the ring. It's amazing. She does a great job. She can show my lambs any day of the week. I told her, you're getting a little too jittery. I was the number one jittery person. It made my dad so mad at me. I was a fidgety person. You will get better at that. Just remember, your number one confidence is you can do it, and you've got this. That's what I always tell the young lady that shows for us. The young man in the middle will be my third overall. I told him he does a great job with his presence. He's very, very calm. I love that about him. I told him that if he's going to work on lifting those sheep, make sure you work on it constantly at home before he does it here, because his sheep isn't as used to it as some of the other kids' sheep out here. We have an excellent set of seniors. Give them a huge round of applause.
All right. Here are our top showmen in that senior division. Riley Noteware. Our reserve goes to Colby Wilmus. And third, Adam Johnson, receiving ribbons. And I also believe they receive a plaque, too. I'm not sure who sponsors that. So congratulations to those seniors. In the arena now, we've got just 2 entries, I guess, in the intermediate division.
We don't have any. Okay.
Fair Board sponsored that.
Okay. But they do have a plaque. You got plaques for it's just first place.
Attention in the sheep barn. Those of you that had the grand and reserve champions in the individual divisions, we'd like to have your pictures at the north end of the show arena immediately following our showmanship contest, which we have just one more class. So grand champion commercial U, reserve champion commercial U, grand champion market lamb, reserve champion market lamb, champion pen of 3, reserve champion pen of 3, and also the showmanship champion. So we'd like all of you to be in the show arena following our show for picture taking.
Oh, put your hands together for these two young men. They've done an excellent job today. They haven't had the most cooperative sheep with them in the ring, but they're trying their absolute hardest, and I have to commend them for that. I love their demeanor in the ring, and they were excellent answering questions. I loved how honest they were with me. If they didn't know, they said I didn't know. And I love that because I'd rather see you say that than make up some wild answer that you have no clue if you're saying the right thing or not. There is a lot of give and take in both of them, and they have both done very well today. But like I said, their sheep just aren't cooperating with them at the best at the moment. So your grand will be the young man right here. He does a really good job of making sure that those legs are set. He pays attention to where I'm at in the ring, and he is never between me and the sheep, and I have to commend him for that. Our reserve, the young man, he's done a very good job. I love how he tries to get in front of that sheep, has to try to get that sheep lifted and expressive for me. It's just not been one that has cooperated with him as well. But hopefully they take my suggestions to heart, and it'll help them improve a little bit more for next year. So give them a round of applause.
Okay, our champion intermediate showman is Aiden Johnson. He will receive a ribbon and a plaque, and the reserve goes to Owen Wright. We're ready for our junior showman, so please head to the show arena. And before we get away, we got one more class here. I want to certainly appreciate Tabitha coming down and doing our show today, so let's give her a big hand. She's done an excellent job. Told me she was impressed with the quality of animals we had here today. If you happen to be at the Iowa State Fair, I think you'll see her and her family showing up there, so you can go up there and support her. So thank you, Tabitha.
Oh, yeah, well, that October. She's worked hard on it, too. Yeah, she had a couple unruly ones, but Shandy works out of here. So that's Shandy. No. Shandy. Aubrey. What Aubrey was? Case and James Elliott. He does good. Really, those three do.
Once again, we'd like all those people with the champions in reserve to come to the show arena with your exhibit so we can get your pictures taken. We're working on our last class, so grand champions and reserves, showmanship people, please come to the show arena so we can get that taken care of.
Oh, I love the junior showmen. They're so much fun. It brings me back to the days that I absolutely loved it and I wasn't so serious. We might have one that's a little serious in here. No, I'm kidding. No, they have done a very, very good job, and I hope that everything that they have said, that I have said to them, they take to heart. And apparently my young man on the end is definitely taking it to heart because he's presenting the lamb exactly how I told him to. So very good job. The young lady in the center is going to be my champion for quite a few reasons. You can just tell that she works very, very hard inside and outside of the ring. She knows how to present the lamb very well. What I have to commend her about is she really works that front 1/3 of the sheep. I may have given her a little little guff that she does it a little bit better than her sister. But so maybe she'll have to say something to her sister outside, and I'm really sorry, sis. But I said the best thing about having an older sister, because I had 2 older sisters, you get to learn from everything that they do well and everything that they do wrong, and then it just makes you that much better. So the older sibling actually teaches the younger sibling to be a better showman, and it just gets better and better. So unfortunately I have to say my brother is a better showman than me, but she has done a very, very good job. My reserve is going to be my young man over there. I had to commend him because even when his sheep was kind of trying to beat him up, he stayed calm, cool, and collected, and you don't get that very often. See, the sheep's ready to leave, so it's time for me to shut up. The young lady right here, she is doing an excellent job. I gave her a little bit of homework of let's ditch the halter next year and see how well it goes, but you guys have done a great job today. Give the juniors a round of applause.